Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room. Test 1, 2, 3. Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the minis, all part of Raceway Days here in 2026. The first minis entering the track. Well, my program says we have four. We do have three. We're supposed to have Brooklyn, McCookie Monster, Nate and Rocky, Owen and Maria, Connor and Pepper. And I'm at a big time disadvantage here. Almost ready for a start. now approaching a start. And it's a green light go. Brooklyn and Cookie Monster at the rail will lead them out. Nate aboard Rocky is in between horses. From the outside, Connor with Pepper as they move through the stretch here in the first of 5 minis here. All part of Summerside Raceway Days. And Brooklyn and Cookie Monster at the inside, the leaders. In the middle, that's Nate and Rocky. To their outside, that is Connor and Pepper. Going to be on the wire next, and Brooklyn at the inside. Nate between horses from the outside. Connor, oh, and it is girl power here in the opener. And that's Brooklyn and Cookie Monster on the line. Nate with Rocky gets the deuce up for third. Connor with Pepper. And that time for the 8th in 39 and 2. There's young Brooklyn Wallace, and she outdrove them here in the opener, folks. That 1/8 of a mile timed in 39 and 2. There's Brooklyn. She's in the winner's circle after getting her ribbon to open it up. Nate and Rocky, they're next up for their prize. Here comes Connor and his mount Pepper. Got a full field of 4 this time around. They're at the start. Off and racing Rhea and Witchy towards the rail. Alongside, that's Olaf and Logan. Back into third, Charlie with Cowboy, and Avery's on the far outside with Midnight Dooley as they race it out through the stretch. They approach the opening 8th in here, and Rhea at the rail, and Mitchie's got a pretty good lead. The opening 8th is up in 19 and 3. Now in second, that is Olaf racing third from the far outside. Avery and Midnight Dooley deep in the stretch here and going to make it look easy here. Rhea and Witchy on the line. The battle here is for the deuce. That is Olaf up the inside trying to hang on. Up for third on the outside. That's Avery with Midnight Dooley. And here is Charlie aboard Cowboy. The 8th in 40 and 2. There's a look at Araya aboard Witchy, the second race mini winner in 40, and two. They're on their way to the winner's circle. Logan aboard Olaf. They did hang on for the deuce in here. Plenty of ribbons all around. Midnight Dooley and Avery. They're the next ones to arrive at the winner's circle for their third place finish. And now it's Charlie's turn with Cowboy as they move into the winner's enclosure. Mini number 3 was scheduled with Lucas and Sally. Gussie aboard Moneymaker. Tori has Mayonnaise, and Isaac has Maria. And we got the green light going here. And Lucas and Shelley on the rail, and they're out to that early lead in the middle of the racetrack. That'll be Gutsy with Money Maker, and on the outside, coming for third, that'll be Tori and Mayonnaise. But all alone here at the eighth pole, that is Lucas and Shelley with a commanding lead on the field. Second is Tori and Mayonnaise, then third towards the inside, that's Gutsy and Money Maker. This one's gonna be easy. Lucas and Shelley, they go all the way by open lengths. Up in for second, that'll be Tori with Mayonnaise, and the show dough in here, that'll go to Gutsy and Money Maker. And they're home in a swift 34-2. Lucas is enjoying the moment. Here is the third mini winner on the day, Lucas aboard Shelley. Oh, they were going away winners here on Mini Day, part of Raceway Days here in Summerside. 34-2 is a mighty good trip for Shelley and Lucas here in the third. The fourth mini, they're all lined up. Denver, Teddy, Sadie with Missy, Lennox and Dolly, and Olivia has Olaf. They're all in behind the gate. The invisible gate swings around the turn. And here they come. Oh, they're off. We got a little interference prior to the start in here. On the rail, that's Denver with Teddy. Up on the far outside, Sadie with Missy. There was a little interference after the start in here. Up in to take over third as they race on through the stretch. Then Olivia is the trailer fourth. On the far outside, started on the rail and now on the extreme outside, Denver and Teddy. At the inside, Sadie and Missy racing from third up on that outside as they race through this stretch. That is Sadie and Missy, but on the far outside, it's Denver and Teddy by open lengths, and they look mighty good doing it. In for the deuce, Sadie got there with Missy on the far outside. Well, a couple of twos. That's always confusing for me. Up in the fourth, here's the three, and that's Lennox and Dolly, 47-4. Well, Denver and Teddy, they look pretty good doing it here in the fourth, stopping the clock in 47-4. They're arriving at the winner's circle now. The ribbon presentation. Nice to see everybody getting prizes here. The minis, they are just absolutely something special, as you all know it. And they bring out a mighty good crowd to watch them go. And all part of Raceway Days here in Summerside. Here's Lennox and Dolly arriving at that winner's circle for their presentation. Final heat of the minis, down to three. Always nice to see grandfathers involved here. They're doubling up on the inside. Rhett with Denver and Beauty, Ashland and Brooklyn with Elmo, and Miley has Miles Sr. and the Rough End Racing here in the finale. Rhett, Denver, and Beauties on the far outside. Up the rail, that is Miley and Miles, and they're coming through here late, deep in the stretch as they land on the line. Oh, going off tried here late going. At the inside, that'll be Grandpa and Miley on the line, way wide on the outside, right with Denver and Beauty. And the show prize will have Ashland and Brooklyn on the line for third, and they're home in 36-1. Absolutely, folks. Put your hands together. The youngsters put on quite a show. Always happy to be a part of the mini-series here as Raceway Days continue. We're back with the Standardbreds tonight. Opening post time will be 6 o'clock. There's a look at Rhett with Denver. Beauty's the horse. They're going to the winner's circle for their presentation. Always nice to see Grampy part of the festivities here on the mini days, along with Miley and Sally. Oh, thanks for coming. It's a real treat, especially for me, to be part of this mini series. And I know for you folks out there, it's an enjoyable and exciting run. And some of you are relatives, some of you are friends, some of you are fans. But they put on the show every time around. A couple of young ladies from the West are headed into the winner's circle. Brooklyn and Ashland. They're Mount Elmo. And that's going to wrap up the mini-series for this Raceway Days, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming along and being a part of it and cheering on these young ladies and gentlemen. come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Kurt Hughes will be with me tonight. He's just getting parked out in the parking lot there, so I'll handle the opener. We have 10 races on tap here tonight. PEI Coal Stakes for 2-year-old fillies in the Gold and Grassroots division. Going to take a look at race number 8 tonight on the rail. Starship Daisy with Corey McPherson. Tobin Swifty 2 with Jason Hughes. Redland Equinox 3 with Kenny Arsenault. 4 is Woodmere Twigs with Ed Murner. 5 is Showtime Speed with Mark Campbell. Dancing Lady Lou 6 with Mike McGuigan. And 7 on the outside is A Kiss for Lucy with Paul Lange. Going to be a great night for harness racing. We had some rain earlier on today. It rained pretty hard. I got caught out in it, got soaking wet. But I'm dry now, and we're going to have a nice night of harness racing here at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 11 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 24 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. So the first change will go in the 4th race tonight. In the 4th, number 4, Timberly Lady has a chart line that's not showing. It's from the 12th of July here in Summerside. Fast track scoring from post 5, led all the way. A race winner in 1:57, driven by Jacob Sweet. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. Number 2, No Fool Dickey is adding knee boots. Turning over to race number 6. Number 3, Singer's Choice has a chart line not showing. It was from the 12th of July here in Summerside, a fast track, going on the rail, and was a race winner in 1:58-2, driven by Jacob Sweet. Also in the 6th race, number 5, Zendaya's Cracker Jack will go from a blind to an open bridle with cheek rolls. Final change is in the final race tonight. That is number 10. In the 10th race, number 1, Chromed Up, will go from a Swedish blind bridle to blinkers. And that will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. Pari-mutuel windows open and selling 26 minutes before the first race post time at 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Wednesday night. I am Rocky Skierman. I have Kurt Hughes on the desk with me tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. In this second pregame, we got been showing some races, Kurt, from the last few years, showing some governor's plates and stuff like that. And tonight's a special race for me. It's the 2014 Governor's Plate Consolation. I finished third with my horse, Carrera Angel. And I kind of think if I had a little more room coming down the stretch, Kurt, I might have won that race. But anyway, we're going to pick it up, start to finish right now.
Likely to win, Carrera Angel. Here they come. And there they go, up and pacing. Blissful Pro leaving out. Touch of Lightning along the rail. Carrera Angel third along the inside. Cheyenne Ford. Then up the rail, likely to win. Over to the eighth pole. And Touch of Lightning guarding the rail here. Off stride goes Likely to Win as he went round the turn. Going to the opening quarter, battle on. Touch of Lightning, the leader. Blissful Pro will tuck away now second. Third up the rail, Cheyenne Ford. Uptight fourth, that's Carrera Angel. Likely to Win, trailing the field. And even 28 seconds flat. Open it up. Touch of Lightning in line to Earl Smith. The fraction setter. Two-hole ride to Blissful Bro. Then third up the rail, Cheyenne Ford. Pacing fourth. That is Carrera Angel. Likely to Win. In the backfield, the trailer. They're halfway home in the plate consolation. And it's Touch of Lightning, the midway point leader for Smith. The half up, 57-3. In the two-hole, Blissful Bro, rounding the turn third. Cheyenne Ford to the outside he goes. Carrera Angel fourth, Likely to Win. Trailing the field, but he's caught them. Three-quarter pole bound, and it's Touch of Lightning with a one-length lead. Cheyenne Ford on the outside, now second. Third up the rail, Blissful Bro muscling up there. Fourth is Carrera Angel, Likely to Win the trailer. Three quarters in one, 27-3. They have an eighth left to go, and Touch of Lightning homeward bound. Blissful Bro at the rail second. Third on the outside, Cheyenne Ford. Carrera Angel in the middle. Coming to the wire next, Blissful Bro triples up Mark Campbell in the plate consolation. Second is Touch of Lightning. Carrera Angel got up third. The mile in 1:55 and 4.
That was a big mile for me with my horse. He finished third, raced really good, I thought, Kurt. Anyway.
Yeah, really good trip. Was the right line connected?
Yeah, it was. I started out there, and then Kenny wasn't really going anywhere, so I ducked back to the inside, and it was all good. Anyway, we're going to talk about the second race tonight, Kurt. BEI Gold Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the gold division for $21,920.
Yeah, we got Rosetown Aurora on the rail for Corey McPherson. I have a pretty nice family, including Rosetown Mary. Rosetown Eclipse comes from that family as well, so that filly has a really good shot from the rail. Living Like Beth from post 2 with Colin Shepard. I'm a Fancy Filly from post 3 for Jason Hughes. Country Rhythm has post 4 for Miles Heffernan. Adam Murner in the seat aboard the Earl Watts trainee YS Fancy Speed, and Fox Harbor Filly rounds out the field of 6 for Mark Campbell.
Going to be a great night for harness racing. It was a little wet today earlier, Kurt. I got caught out in it. I said earlier on in the broadcast that, and let me tell you, it came down hard and I got soaking wet. Anyway, it's nice to see the sun out here tonight. 10 races on tap for you here at Red Shores. And there's a look at our picks on the in-house monitors for tonight's opener. You'll see Kurt Hughes is going with a 7-2-1. We're going to follow Kurt Hughes' picks tonight. I'm going 7-5-1. Post-time picks going 2-5-1. And the classifier selections 7-5-2 in tonight's opener. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division in 9 minutes.
First race on post for 8 PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old filly Pacers Grassroots. Number 1 is 2 a.m. Wake Up Call, owned by Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia. Trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson driving. I So Sweet number 2 is owned by Guy and Gina Tupai from Javier Almaison, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. Jackie's Girl number 3, owned by Corey Livingston and Route 19 Racing, Adam Murner, training and driving. Poor Pitiful Me number 4 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven by Miles Heffernan Sr. Tobin's Girl Boss number 5, owned by Claire McDonald, Ian Tate, and Kevin McFadgen, Claire McDonald, training and driving. Redland Jade number 6, owned by Travis Wilkie of Sturgeon and Amaya Wilkie of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. Travis does the training, Brody McPhee. Lady of Malice number 7, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer with Paul Langell driving. Only 2 minutes wagering time here on race number 1 with no changes. Just 2 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. My co-hosts tonight are Rocky Skierman and Kurt Hughes, and they're at the HBI broadcast desk with details on the I'll Pick 5.
Get in that I'll Pick 5. Races 1 through 5. Pick the winners, the low 15% takeout, and the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. It's also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. We're both landing on the 7 in here. Kurt, that's Lady of Malice, a 2-year-old brown filly by Militia for James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. He's also the trainer. It's Paul Langell in the bike tonight.
Yeah, 2-year-old daughter of Malicious, and if you didn't tell me the sire, Rock, you could pick it out. When you see them on the track. The Malicious stamps them. He's a heck of a sire here in the Maritimes, and he stamps his, and they look just like him, and this one looks just like him as well. This one's out of the Sports Writer Dam. Karen's Choice. You may be familiar with Choose Me. 3-year-old by Somewhere Fancy, mark of 57-1. This one was a $2,750 yearling purchase, so a bargain at the sale, and could recoup all that and more here tonight with a tidy trip from Paul Langell. Kyle Williams trains coming in off that good start in the maiden there, 2 minutes 4/5 with a 27-4 closer, and that one jumps off the page to me, Rocky. If she can throw a 27-4 final panel at them tonight, I think she's a winner. So 1-4 on the 7, Lady of Malice.
There's a look at the 2, Eyes So Sweet, a 2-year-old bay filly by Fine Diamond for Guy and Gina Turbide of Quebec. Joe Baxter is the trainer. It's Kenny Murphy aboard for the ride tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, 3 qualifiers under her belt, and the last one was a pretty nice one, 203-1, kicked home in 29-2. This is the first foal from the McArdle Dam Prolific. 2-year-old daughter of Fine Diamond, Kenny Murphy in the seat, Joe Baxter training. Joe always has his young ones ready to roll in PEI Colt Stakes Day, so I'm looking for I So Sweet to round out the exactor for me at 19-1.
And we both got this one for third in our ticket here. That's the Rail Sitter 2 a.m. wake-up call. 2-year-old bay filly by Sports Writer for Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder. Chris McKay, the trainer. It's Corey McPherson in the bike.
Yeah, 2 a.m. wake-up call. Got the pole position here. Looks like a good looking daughter of Sports Writer. As you said, Chris McKay training. He's batting 423 this year, and this one has a nice qualifier there of 202 and 3 for McPherson. Jason Hughes in the seat last time out, 203 and 4, kicked home in 29 and 2. I just like the post position angle. That's the one I'm playing here for 2 a.m. Wake up call from the rail with McPherson and McKay at 7 to 2.
It's a good, strong looking filly too.
Yeah, and they're all inexperienced, so they're all going to probably be tentative behind the wings. You won't see a lot of early quick speed, but in this group, I think 2 a.m. wake-up call could definitely, from that inside advantage, ride right along up close to the action and round out the try, possibly for me, hopefully for me.
Put the 5 in the middle for me and then get my triactor in there. Tobin's Girl Boss. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming opener. Field of 7 PI Cole Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division. Purse $10,960. On the rail, 2 a.m. wake-up call. Corey McPherson at 7 to 2. Eyes So Sweet 2 with Kenny Murphy at 18 to 1. The 3 is Jackie's Girl with Adam Murner at 13 to 1. 4 is Poor, Poor, Pitiful Me with Miles Heffernan Sr. board at 14 to 1. The 5 is Tobin's Girl Boss with Mary Claire McDonald. There at 5 to 1. Redland Jade is the 6 with Brody McPhee at 19 to 1. And 7 to the outside, Lady of Malice with Paul Angel at 1 to 4. That's the field for tonight's opener. Good luck with your selections.
Have a minor delay here in the start. 7 Lady of Malice was in for broken equipment, but now returning to the track. Starter calling them in. Gonna have another delay here in the first 4. Poor, Poor, Pitiful Me now returning for an equipment adjustment.
Okay, we got some rookies out in the track doing some rookie things as the first PI Cold Stake 2-year-old grassroots division. It's getting ready to roll up in behind that Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. It's post time for the first of 10. Should be an excellent evening here. Watching some freshman fillies do their thing. We'll send it upstairs for the first time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
2 a.m. wake-up call. Eyes So Sweet, Jackie's Girl, Poor Pitiful Me. Tobin's Girl Boss, Redland Jade, Lady of Malice outside. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. That old saying. Better late than never, and it's post time. Off and pit. All but the 4. Poor Pitiful Me runs and has taken Jackie's Girl out and confused the backfield right off the hop in here. Rounding the turn they go, and Lady of Malice for Langell made the lead. Second is Eyes So Sweet, racing from third. Tobin's Girl Boss. 2 a.m. wake-up call is fourth. Now in fifth, that is Redland Jade. Away sixth is Poor Pitiful Me. And the trailer, Jackie's Girl. And there goes the inquiry sign up in tonight's first race. Retain your tickets. It goes under a judge's inquiry. Opening quarter was 30 seconds flat. Lady of Malice out in front. Eyes So Sweet is there second. Well back in third is Tobin's Girl Boss. Fourth is 2 a.m. wake up call. Then in fifth, that's Redland Jade. Poor Pitiful Me is sixth. Jackie's Girl on the outside seventh. They arrive at the midway point next. Lady of Malice is halfway home. Second is Eyes So Sweet. Tobin's Girl Boss races third. 2 a.m. wake up call is fourth. They're at the half in 59 and 3. Racing around the turn, arriving at 5-8. Lady of Malice the leader on Eyes So Sweet. Now closing in on those leaders. Tobin's Girl Boss third. 2 a.m. wake up call is all alone in fourth. Redland Jade fifth. Poor Pitiful Me sixth. On the outside, Jackie's Girl seventh. They're by 3/4. Lady of Malice is getting away on them now. 3/4 up in 1:29 and 4 with an eighth of a mile left to go. This one's over here in the opener. Lady of Malice, the post-time favorite, all alone with Langell. Second is Eyes So Sweet on the outside. Tobin's Girl Boss. It's Lady of Malice in the PEI Cold Stakes, all alone for Paul Langell. Eyes So Sweet held second. Tobin's Girl Boss will finish third. And the time for the mile in 1:59.2 under an inquiry.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies, the grassroots division. Kurt, the 7 didn't disappoint us.
Yeah, sent off as the chalk favorite and looked like the chalk favorite in this race. Nice and easy. Lady of Malice right to the front. Quarter 30, 59 and 3. No pressure from Langell with this one, 129 and 4. Closed it out in 29 and 3 for a nice mark of 159 and 2. Rocky, as I mentioned before the race, this one a bargain purchase for $2,750.
Paid for herself tonight.
Yeah, just got the lion's share of that 10,960. So congratulations to the connections of Lady of Malice as she takes the first PEI Cold Stake Grassroots Division. And we'll see her back in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Judges inquiry involving the break on 4. Poor Pitiful Me after the start. Lady of Malice on her way into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle here in the first. Pacing Brown Filly, she's 2 by Militias off the sports writer Dam Karen's Choice. Owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Bred by Jeff Hineker of Nova Scotia. Trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Wangel having an excellent race days week here in Summerside. Along for the ride. 159 and 2 will give her a maiden record. Lady of Malice in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Here's a look at the judges' inquiry underway in tonight's first race. When the wings of the gate fold here, going to see a little bit of interference with the breaking horse here off stride right about now. That's what the judges are looking at. Judges' inquiry underway in tonight's first race. Hold all tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 1, the racing officials are going to give a complete refund of all monies wagered on number 2, Eyes So Sweet, for broken equipment prior to the start. In the first, general refund of number 2, Eyes So Sweet, broken equipment prior to the start.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the results of the judge's inquiry from the first race. Racing officials deemed that number 4, Poor Pitiful Me, made the break on her own, interfering with numbers 1 and 3. Poor Pitiful Me finished 6th and will be placed 7th. Now the official results here in the first race, it's official. 2 a.m. wake-up call, 4th. I So Sweet finished 2nd, was refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Jackie's Girl finished 7th, was placed 6th. Poor Pitiful Me finished 6th, was placed 7th for interference on a break. Tobin's Girl Boss 3rd. Redland Jade 5th. Lady of Malice the race winner. 30, 59 and 3, 129 and 4, and the mile 159 and 2. In review after the placings. 4-2 refund. 6-7-3-5-1. Lady of Malice paid $270. Exactor $6. Triactor $10. Superfecta $5.68.
HPI PEI players will be entered into a draw for a $250 cash deposit by wagering on Red Shore Summerside. Customers can earn a ballot by wagering $25 or more per card. During Governor's Plate Week, players must opt in to be eligible for the promotion.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly Pacers for the second race parade. Rosetown Aurora number 1. Home of the Rosetown stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Living Like Beth number 2. Colin Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the driver. Morgan Shepard trains. I'm a Fancy Filly number 3, owned by 5 Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford, trained by Jamie Smith, Jason Hughes. Country Rhythm 4, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, Miles Heffernan Sr. driving. YS Fancy Speed number 5, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Jack Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murder. Fox Harbor Filly, number 6, owned by Shirley Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell aboard at 4 minutes to post time. Race announcers reunion night is Friday here at Red Shores Summerside. Join us for an evening of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, the Gold Division, Kurt. $21,920 on the line. There is a look at the 4 Country Rhythm, a 2-year-old bay filly by Tobago Caves for Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, who's also the trainer. It's Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike.
Yeah, already has a nice second under her belt. And that A stake over in Churro had the front end. Ended up second to Showtime Speed. 28.3 closer. Time of the mile was 1:58. So has just shy of 4,400 in the bank already. And so Miles Heffernan with this one, Country Rhythm, has a great shot to add one in the win column. But there is a lot of talent in this race. I just like the early gate speed that this one flashed over in Churro. I think if she can get to the front here again tonight, she may be able to go all the way. So 1-4 currently on Country Rhythm.
There's a look at the rail sitter in here. Rosetown Aurora, 2-year-old bay filly by Shanghai Phil. For Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman of Newfoundland. Corey McPherson is the trainer and the driver. Nice start at Churro, Kurt.
Just looking at that Country Rhythm filly, Rocky, that we were just talking about there a moment ago. That one is a full sister to Jackie's Boy. And I was just looking, Jackie's Boy's got $261,000 in earnings. He's got a mark of 50-2, taken at Plain Ridge. Now 18 wins out of 47 starts, Jackie's Boy. So this Country Rhythm, the 4, a full sister to Jackie's Boy. The 1, Rosetown Aurora. This one's a Shanghai filly out of Brody's Leona, that great mare that Corey campaigned back in the day. He actually won a mare's final here, Atlantic Pacing Mare's final here.
I remember that.
Yeah, he split the field down the stretch,
working. Yep.
got right through and got the job done. And she's gone on to be an incredible brood mare. And so a couple of the ones you might know to her, Rosetown Mary, the good mare, and Rosetown Eclipse, with a real nice Bet the Moon horse that Corey had. So Rosetown Aurora, a good-looking Shanghai filly, and she's that good third and 58-3, 28-4 closer in that Churro stake, and that was in against Country Rhythm. So that's the reason I picked the 4 on top, but I do like the 1 in there for second. So Rosetown Aurora currently 3-2.
Well, we're matching strides here, Kurt. 4-1-3 for the both of us. There's the 3. I'm a Fancy Filly, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy. For 5 Guys, Horses and Lies of Stratford. They're also the breeders. Jamie Smith is the trainer, and your brother Jason gets the call.
Yeah, this one a sister to Dirt Track Eddie. I'm a Fancy Filly for Hughes here tonight. I like that third and that overnight in Charlottetown, 58-4. Was getting a good trip over in that A stake in Churro. Made that break, kind of took herself out of it. But if you take a look at those 2 previous starts, 202-1 in the qualifier with a 28-2 closer, and then followed it up with a solid third, 58-4, and behind Mrs. Gallant and Dancing Lady Lou. So only got beat 3.5 in that overnight event. And again, had a real good trip, spoiled over in Churro. So looking for a bounce back effort for the 3. I'm a Fancy Filly and Hughes at a nice price if you want to play a value play in here, 7-1, good odds. PEI Colt 6 2-year-old fillies. Gold division purse $21,920. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Rosetown Aurora, Living Like Beth, I'm a Fancy Filly, Country Rhythm, YS Fancy Speed, Fox Harbor Filly are at the top of the stretch. Rough and pacing Country Rhythm is leaving out from the middle to her outside. YX Fancy Speed in between horses. That's Living Like Beth. In up the rail, that's a Rosetown Aurora. Then away in fifth is I'm a Fancy Filly and the trailer Fox Harbor Filly. On the backstretch, Country Rhythm and Miles Everton Sr. are the leaders going to the quarter. Second is Rosetown Aurora dropping in third. That's Living Like Beth. Fourth on the cones is YS Fancy Speed. I'm a Fancy Filly is fifth, and the Fox Harbor Filly trailing the field. They open it up in 29 seconds flat. Country Rhythm rolling right along for Miles Sr. Rosetown Aurora coming out of the turn, racing from second. Living Like Beth third. YS Fancy Speed fourth. I'm a Fancy Filly's in fifth, followed by the trailer Fox Harbor Filly halfway home, and they're led by Country Rhythm, and she was at the midway point in 58 and 2. Country Rhythm the leader at 5-8. Rosetown Aurora right on her back, racing from third. Living Like Beth fourth at the rail. YS Fancy Speed fifth is I'm a Fancy Filly moving out and coming out right in front. That was YS Fancy Speed as they race to three quarters. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 2 now under a judge's inquiry. 3/4 and 1, 29 and 1, and it's Country Rhythm the leader. Second is Rosetown Aurora. YS Fancy Speed on the outside third. Then in fourth, Living Like Beth. They're homeward bound. Country Rhythm looking to take them all the way. Rosetown Aurora on the outside is coming late on the wire. Country Rhythm and Miles Everton Sr. Second is Rosetown Aurora. Might have been Fox Harbor Filly rallying third. And the time for the mile in 1:59 and 1. Judge's inquiry here in the second. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Country Rhythm didn't disappoint us, Kurt.
Yeah, like we mentioned, full sister to Jackie's Boys, so she's got big shoes to fill, but I do like her early gate speed that she showed over there in Churro. She showed it here again tonight. Heffernan got her right to the front through fractions of 29, half 58 and 2, 3/4, 129 and 1. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 1. Good effort for the 4 Country Rhythm. Mile bid there from the pockets of Rosetown, Aurora, and McPherson. But Country Rhythm has it won down in deep stretch. Heffernan not too overly stressed as they got to the wire. So Country Rhythm, nice easy win for her here right on the front end in this PEI Colt 6 2-year-old filly gold division. We'll see her back in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
The judge's inquiry involving the conduct of the second race going to the 3/4. Country Rhythm on her way into the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle from the second. They facing Filly 2 by Tobago K's off the Amerifan Gigolo Dam. Dusty Lane Bria. Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville is the owner, trainer, and the breeder. Miles Heffernan Sr. in the driver's seat. Put her on top at every call to a maiden record of 159 and a 1/5. That's Country Rhythm in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Okay, here's a look at what the judges are looking at in this second race inquiry. They're going to take a look at race in action heading up the backstretch and see if there's any interference, and then they'll report their decision. So thank you for your patience, and they'll come to a decision here in a moment.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry from the second race. Racing officials deemed that number 5, YS Fancy Speed, interfered with number 3, I'm a Fancy Filly, going to 3/4. With number 3 finishing ahead of number 5, there's no placings required. Now the official results from the second race. Rosetown Aurora second. Living Like Beth fourth. I'm a Fancy Filly fifth. Country Rhythm the race winner. YS Fancy Speed was sixth. Fox Harbor Filly finished third. They went 29, 58 and 2, 129 and 1, and the mile 159 and 1. From the top, your program reads 245, 163. Country Rhythm 420 to win. Exactor 720. Triactor 3180. Superfecta 2165.
Don't forget to get in the early bird draws for the 50-50 tonight. You'll get a $40 gift certificate for the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand, and that is sponsored by Stephen J. Arsenault Insurances and the Sales and Promotions Committee. Join us for Seafood Night at the Track on Thursday, July 16th. That's tomorrow night here at Red Shore Summerside, starting at 6 o'clock. Enjoy complimentary mussels and oysters while supplies last. Thank you to sponsors MR Seafoods, Raspberry Point Oysters, and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Kurt Hughes is going with a 4-1-3 in here. I like 1-4-2, as does Post Time Picks, and the classifier selections 1-4-3 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes.
Grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes on the third race parade. I'll Be Your Diamond One, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. Hannah Taylor 2, owned by Joanne Lester and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. May Every Day, number 3, owned by William McDonald, Mark and Josh McDonald, Mike McGuigan, trainer-driver. Mac Dairy, number 4, owned by Corey Livingston, Route 19 Racing, and Daryl Livingstone. Adam Murner trains and drives. Dulcinea, number 5, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax, Rudge Racing of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow does the training, driven by Gil Barrio. Speed of Love, number 6, owned by Savage Stable, Luke Beck and Brad Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Redland Lolly, number 7, owned by Hal Smith, Ian Smith, and Tommy Weatherby. Tommy does the training, driven by Brody McPhee. 4 minutes to post time. Good luck and best wishes to Mark Campbell and Keith Legg, who will be representing Atlantic Canada at the 2026 National Driving Championship.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division for $10,960. Kurt's landing on the 4 in here. Mac Dairy, a 2-year-old brown filly by Blood Money for Corey Livingston. Route 19 Racing of Nova Scotia and Darrell Livingstone of Prince of Rhode Island. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Had a qualifier on July the 9th, Kurt.
Yeah, she's got a half-sister by Somewhere Fancy with a win under her belt. Market 59-4, taken right here at Summerside. And this one, $8,000 yearling purchase by Blood Money. Shows that nice qualifier with that good closer. That's what jumped off the page to me. 28 flat on the end of it for a mile of 2:03 and 4. Pretty good back half in that race. So Adam Murner trains and drives this one. So I'll look for her to get the W here. A good starting spot for her. Hamac Dairy right behind the gate at 7-1.
And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. My top selection is I'll Be Your Diamond, a 2-year-old Bay filly by Fine Diamond for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer and the driver. Nice start in Truro on July the 3rd after getting interfered with come to the half.
Yeah, this one's got a couple siblings too, Rock. You know a few of them. I'll Be a Wicked One. I'll Walk the Line is another one. This one's by, like you mentioned, Fine Diamond. I'll Be Your Diamond, 59-1 in that A stake in Truro. Had a good trip. Sat 4 early, made that late move. Ended up third by 2.5 and closed it out in 30 flat. Had a nice qualifier there in Charlottetown. Had post 5, got away 4 by 11, got up for the win by a head in 2:02-1. Kicked home in 29-3. I'm just playing the last quarter angle. Not overly quick closing quarters on this one, so I took a shot at that 28 flat closer from the 4 Howmack Dairy. So I'm going 4-1 in the exactor. I'll Be Your Diamond. And McLean 6-5.
And there we get a peek at the 3, May Every Day, a 2-year-old Bay filly. Another one by Fine Diamond in here, Kurt, for William McDonald of Ontario, Mark McDonald and Josh McDonald. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver.
Yeah, Mike usually has his young ones ready to rock in their first start, and so I'll look for May Every Day, as you mentioned, by Fine Diamond. Kind of throws them small and big. The one of McLean's on the rail, she's a huge mare. And so if we're going by looks, maybe you want to go with the 1, and you did go with the 1. I'll Be Your Diamond. But I'm going to throw the 3 in there for third, May Every Day, off that qualifier of 2:04-4. Currently 8-1 on the board, and that one out of Toxic Terror, the Western Terror Dam. Got a few that you may know, Highly Toxic. Another one, Cougar on a Tear. Vicky Every Day, a Grand Terror. I remember that one. I think Gilles Barrio campaigned a Grand Terror back in the day. And so May Every Day is a great starting spot here for McGuigan. Again at 8-1.
Let's get a peek at the 2 here on your screen right now. That's Hannah Taylor's my third selection in here. She's a 2-year-old Bay filly by Source of Pride. I put her in here, Kurt, because that start in Truro on July the 3rd. Left on the outside 8. Your brother Jason was driving. Just getting into some traffic there. Was far on the outside. Far better position tonight. Joanne Lester and Marion Stewart share the ownership. Joe Baxter is the trainer, and as I mentioned, Kenny Murphy in the bike. She got a much better starting spot to start from tonight, leaving from 2, and she's at 7-2 right now. There's a look at that very close show photo from tonight's second race with the 6 Fox Harbor filly. Just nipping, living like Beth on the line. Great photo by the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Okay, quick look at the odds board before they go here. Even money on I'll Be Your Diamond. Hannah Taylor at 4-1, 10-1 on May Every Day. Just looking at Vicky Every Day. She's got $250,000 made now. And this one a half sister to her. And the first one out of that Damn Toxic Terror, Tangled Mind. It's another good one that Barrio campaigned back in the day. So very well bred filly there from post 3. Again, long odds at 10-1, 5-2 on the 4. Howmack Dairy, Dolcina. Good tag on that one, 11-1. Speed of Love at post 6 at 7-1. Long odds on Redland Lolly. Long odds right now at 19-1 as the field 4 race 3. PEI Colt 6 2-year-old fillies grass roots division. They're getting ready to roll up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We'll go up for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
I'll Be Your Diamond. Hannah Taylor, May Every Day. Howmack Dairy, Dulcina. Speed of Love. Redland Lolly, she's on the outside. It's the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly Pacers Grassroots Division here in the 3rd. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing up the rail. I'll Be Your Diamond is the first one out. Hannah Taylor is second. Coming from the outside, Redland Lolly into the turn 3rd. To get away 4th, that is May Every Day. From the outside and racing from 5th, that is Howmack Dairy. To get away 6 up the rail, Dulcinea. And then the trailer, that is Speed of Love. Pylon positions in straight alignment going to the quarter, led by I'll Be Your Diamond. In line to Daryl McLean as the heavy post-time favorite. Redland Lolly, she lapped hard and she got rewarded with a 2-hole ride. Hannah Taylor at the rail in 3rd, racing from 4th. May Every Day 30-2 was the quarter. Now racing 5th is Howmack Dairy 6 as they move on around the turn. Dulcinea and the trailer, that's Speed of Love. Down the stretch they come. In front of us the first time around. That'll bring them halfway home. I'll Be Your Diamond, the midway point leader. Second is a Redland Lolly. Hannah Taylor 3rd, on the move 4th. Howmack Dairy underway. Up the rail, May Every Day 5th. On the outside, Dulcinea now 6th. Trailing the field, Speed of Love. 102 was a comfortable opening half mile. I'll Be Your Diamond, the leader. At her wheel is Howmack Dairy 2nd. Redland Lolly at the rail 3rd. Coming up 4th is Dulcinea. Hannah Taylor 5th. Dropping back 6, May Every Day. And trailing the field, Speed of Love 7th. The 3/4 in the books. I'll Be Your Diamond got him there in 1:31-4. The pace quickens now. 29-4 in the 3rd with an 1/8 to go. I'll Be Your Diamond trying to take them all the way. Howmack Dairy on the outside is 2nd. Dulcinea 3rd. Hannah Taylor's coming on the outside. On the wire, I'll Be Your Diamond. Every call a winning one for Daryl McLean in the PEI Colt Stakes with Howmack Dairy and a closing Hannah Taylor. 2-0-1-1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 3rd race. I'll Be Your Diamond right down the road tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, another guy that has them ready to rock right at first asking is Daryl McLean. He does a great job with the young horses, and he had this filly ready to rock here tonight. Right on the front end, he used the rail to his advantage and well rated as well. 30-2 off that half of 102. Rocky, I said my ticket is in big trouble. 3/4, 131-4. Closed it out and 59-1 in the back half. 201-1 for I'll Be Your Diamond and McLean in race 3, PEI Colt 6 Grassroot Division. And that ice cold Rocky Skirman Triactor. We'll see the one I'll Be Your Diamond back and that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
I'll Be Your Diamond. On her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle from the third race, Bay Pacing Filly 2, the daughter of Fine Diamond, off the Dream Away Dam, A Wild Dream, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey, bred by Stephen Johnson and Linda Ramsey. Daryl McLean training and driving put her on top at every call. She's a winner to a maiden record of 2:01 and a 1/5. I'll Be Your Diamond in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now from the third race. I'll Be Your Diamond, the race winner. Hannah Taylor was third. May Everyday sixth. Almac Derry was second. Dulcinea finished fourth. Speed of Love was seventh. Redland Lolly fifth. The fractions went 30 and 2, 102. 131 and 4, and the mile in 201 and 1. In review, 136. 2475. I'll Be Your Diamond at 270. The exactor 610, the triactor 1130, and the superfecta 311.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on Wednesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman along with Kurt Hughes. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Beautiful night out there, Kurt. The flags are flying out of the north. Let's talk about Appy Hour. That's coming up Saturday night. Join us for a Governor's Plate pre-party on Saturday, July 18th from 3 till 5 at Red Shore Summerside. Fans and customers are invited to enjoy appetizers while supplies last and music from DJ Josh Hood. Post time for the Governor's Plate program is 5 p.m. and that's Appy Hour. Last night I heard some people thinking that it was Happy Hour on Saturday night, but it is Appy Hour. And we will slide those selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. It's the Arnold Kiggins Memorial. Kurt's going with a 3, 5, and 1. I like 1, 5, 6, Kurt.
Yeah, post time picks going 2, 1, 4. Classifier's choice in this one, 1, 6, 3. And the horses are making their way out onto the track next.
Tonight's fourth race is the Arnold Kiggins Memorial with a trackside presentation. Ace 44 Dome, number 1, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Redland Peaches 2, owned by Mark Rain and Lael Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, Corey McPherson, the trainer driver. Joy of My Life, number 3, owned by Jay and Zach Noy of Clyde River and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy, driven by Zach Noy. For Timberley Lady, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains Andros. 5 is Halmac Maleficent, owned by Gordy Hennessy, Laurie Hennessy, and Paul Bernard. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Kenny Murphy drives. Maya, number 6, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale, Adam Murner, training and driving. Number 7 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Pooker McCollum, Gilles Barrio. 3 minutes to post time. A special thank you to Warren Ellis and Summerside Chrysler Dodge, title sponsor of Governor's Plate 58.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Kenny Arsenault has won the Governor's Plate. Congratulations, serious damage gets him there.
Menelo Hillary on top. Menelo Hillary wins the Governor's Plate.
He loves Summerside. Outlaw positive turn, going back to the plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's fourth race, the Arnold Kiggins Memorial, Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Kurt's going with the 3 in here. Joy of My Life is a 6-year-old bay mare by Stay Hungry. Zach Noy is in the bike.
Yeah, she's a class dropper. A lot of ways you could go in this race. I just taken a shot. 7-2 on the morning line. I thought she maybe even a little more than that here. I thought she may go off at around 6-1, but we'll see what happens as they get closer to post time. But I do like that front end victory. 56-2. Sensational Gal was breathing down her neck the entire mile. This young Zach Noy put Barrio and Sensational Gal in behind, and they were good to go. They went the distance, and a big trip it was in Charlottetown, where she kicked home in 29 flat, and then she was up in class, picked up a check in her latest, showed some pretty good last quarters over her last 4 starts, 28 and change over the last 4 starts. So I'm going to take a shot at her. Currently getting pretty good odds, 9-2.
And the line to be announced in this race is on the 4. Timberley Lady started here on Sunday, July the 12th. Left from post 5. Was a winner by 3 1/4 lengths in 157 flat. 29-2 closing quarter. Jacob Sweet was in the bike. There's a look at the number 5 horse, Halmac Maleficent, a 4-year-old black mare by Malicious for Gordy Hennessy, Laurie Hennessy, and Paul Emile Bernard. Gordy Hennessy trains. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike.
She shows some nice miles. Third there, 55-1. 4 starts back, and then had the trailing spot last time out. Got away 7 by 8 1/4. Ended up 4 by 5 at the finish. 56-4, 29-3 final panel. I'm just banking on a change of venue here and a little better post 5 for Halmac Maleficent and Murphy. So I'm going to throw them in there for the deuce at 4-1.
And there's the rail sitter, my top selection here. I think he's going to send this mare right down the road tonight, Kurt. That's Ace 44 Dome, a 9-year-old bay mare by Up the Credit for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester trains, and your brother Jason in the bike.
Yeah, she was a 10-cent favorite, though, if you look down at that bottom line, 13:01, where she had the rail. Ended up 4th on that day, and I thought she should have won that day. And I liked her to win a couple other starts on her card there, and she just she's just not she's another year older. She's now 9 years old, and so she's kind of lost a step, but she does have that great early speed. And so I think Ace 44 Dome and Hughes will most likely cut the mile. I think she'll get the respect off the wings and probably cut it. And she was in against a good group, even though she was dropping to the 651s last time out. She was in against a really nice group there, including Steady Heart, who shipped home from Ontario. She had a big win there, 55-4. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, another nice mare. And so even though she was dropping down to that 651 level, there were another really nice classy mares in that race. So I do like her from the rail. And if she's even, 50% of what she used to be, like take a look at her lines last year, she had that mark of 54-3. So if even she's at close to herself, I think she can most likely win. But I'm just betting another year older in the weight, that 29-4 closer last time out. I didn't really like. So I put her in there for the show spot, but it wouldn't surprise me if she went right down the road here for Hughes at 4-5.
Just got a real nice text from Wally Hennessy. It's really warms my heart to read that text, Wally. Thank you very much for your kind words. Shout out to you watching the broadcast tonight as the fourth race, Arnold Keegan's Memorial, lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Ace 44 Dome. Redland Peaches, Joy of My Life, Timberly, Lady Hamac, Maleficent, Maya. Elm Grove Quest, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Timberly Ladies firing out. Ace 44 Dome along the rail going with her. Will be second to the turn. Coming up third is Hamac Maleficent. Joy of My Life fourth. Now Maya has fifth. Into sixth is Umbro Quest. And the trailer, Redland Peaches, quarter pole bound. Timberly Lady made the lead. It may be short-lived. The Blue Knight and Ace 44 Dome are coming, and they'll take over the lead going by the first quarter. Timberly Lady is second. Hamac Maleficent third. 27-4. Boom! Just like that, the old mare fired up here for the Blue Knight, and that's Ace 44 Dome, the leader. Second is Timberly Lady, Hamac Maleficent. She watched the battle from third. Joy of My Life in fourth. Maya's fifth. Elmgrove Quest in sixth. Redland Peaches is the trailer. Straight alignment at the opening half mile, led by Ace 44 Dome, 58 and 2 the half. Racing from second is Timberly Lady, Hamac Maleficent third. That is Joy of My Life fourth. She's edged out. Racing from fifth is Maya. Then sixth is Umgro Quest. Redland Peaches seventh. Here comes the three quarters. Ace 44 Dome arriving there, the leader. Timberly Lady is second. First up on the outside third. Joy of My Life. Now in fourth, Hamac Maleficent. 128 and 4. Down at three quarters with an 8 left to go. Ace 44 Dome. Timberly Lady is on the outside for the stretch drive. Hamac Maleficent coming on third. They're in deep stretch now. Timberly Lady, Hamac Maleficent. Timberly Lady will get there for Jacob Sweet. Hamac Maleficent second. It might have been Maya closing up on the outside third in 1:58 flat. There goes the inquiry sign now in race number 4. There is a judge's inquiry in the fourth. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Ace 44 Dome drove up to the front, 27-4 to the quarter, Kurt.
Yeah, a little give and go with Jacob Sweet and Timberly Lady, who bounced off the wings early. And then he was back to the front with Ace 44 Dome, though. But that first quarter took a bite out of her, 27-4. But he did rate her really well in the middle half of that mile. Middle half, 101. They get down to three quarters, 128-4. That's when the pocket sitter, Timberly Lady, pulls pocket. She's going to go right on by in deep stretch. But there is an inquiry sign. Hamac Maleficent pacing hard at the finish. So hold on to all tickets here in race 4, the Arnold Keegan's Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner. We'll wait to see the results of that inquiry. So hold on to all tickets here in race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, now receiving the information from the racing officials. The judge's inquiry involves the stretch drive between numbers 4 and 5.
Here is a look at that inquiry underway in race number 4. We see the stretch drive here. You'll see the 4 and the 5 is coming up on the outside here. Getting to it here very shortly. What the judges are looking at, the judge's inquiry underway right now in tonight's fourth race. Judge's inquiry, hold all tickets.
Racing official will be parading number 5, Hamac Maleficent, as the fourth race winner. Racing officials will place number 5, Hamac Maleficent, as the fourth race winner. Pacing Black Mare 4 by Malicious from the Blissful Hall Dam, General Lucky Percy. Owned by Gordy Hennessy, Laurie Hennessy, and Paul Bernard. Bred by Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Gordy Hennessy. Kenny Murphy will guide her to victory tonight. Mile will be a 158, and for the mare, that's her 10th lifetime victory. Down in the winner's circle, it's the Arnold Kiggins Memorial Trackside Cooler Presentation.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results now in the fourth race. Ace 44 Dome fourth. Redland Peaches seventh. Joy of My Life sixth. Timberly Lady finished first, was placed second for interference on 5 during the stretch drive. Almac Maleficent finished second, was placed first. Maya finished third. Elm Grove Quest was fifth. 27 and 4. 58 and 2, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158. In review after the placings, 476, 2135. Hamac Maleficent 670. The exactor 4470, triaccurate 300 280, and the superfecta was 8049.
Don't miss the annual Summerside Rotary and Chamber Business Lobster Luncheon on Friday, July 17th, starting at 11:30 at the new Bogside location in Summerside. Join us for a delicious lobster luncheon, networking with local business and community leaders, and a special presentation from guest speaker Don McDougall. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit SummersideRotaryClub.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Kurt and I and Vance will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 1-3-2 in here. Kurt's going with a 3-1-2.
Yeah, I'm going against these. Looks like 1-3-2 unanimous with post-time picks, classifiers, and Rocky. I guess I'm going it alone here with the 3, Big Heart and Soul for trainer-driver Gilles Barrio. Currently 8-5 on the board. Post-parade is next.
Race 5 on the track and parading. Number 1 is a Redland Chia, owned by James Trainer of Elderslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle leads the trainer, Paul Angel driving. No Fool Dicky, number 2, on by Garth Cole of Kensington, Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer, driven by Brady Sweet. Number 3 is Big Heart and Soul, owned by Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Living a Little Fancy, number 4, owned by Colin Shepard and Darcy Devanese of Brackley, trained by Morgan Shepard. Colin Shepard driving. 5 is Elm Grove Vine Babies, owned by Norman Legier of Shadiac, Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Pooker McCollum is the trainer-driver. 6 is Lola Kays, owned by Hal Smith of Pondle, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Taylor Doyle. Corey McPherson driving. Number 7 is Elm Grove Victory, owned by Black Irish Stables, Claire Murphy, Shane Baglow, and Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head, trained by Luke Burke. The driver is Keith Legg. Number 8 is Wicked Vicky, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy in the sulky. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in the 5th. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the rail in Redland Chia for Langell and Williams here in this division of the PEI Colt Stakes. I used the 3, Big Heart and Soul for the deuce. For the triactor players, I went on to the 2, No Fool Dicky. Going to the grandstand side for my 4th selection, that's Wicked Vicky. And my Super High 5, I'm closing it out with the 6, Lola Kays. 1-3-2-8-6 from up here in the booth. Gentlemen, your choices.
Well, I'll go next, I guess, Vance. I'll take the 3 on top. I like Big Heart and Soul. This 2-year-old filly by Big Jim, she is a sister to Soul Assassin, Go Sister, Soul Sister, Mind, Body, and Soul. Another good one out of the Damn Mystic Eyes. And so I'll look for Big Heart and Soul, the $30,000 yearling purchase to get the job done here in this PEI Colt Stake Grassroots Division. Good starting spot for her. She had a good qualifier in 2:02 and 4, closing quarter 28, trained and driven by the Maritime Magic Man Gilles Barrio. So I'll put her on top of Redland Chia. I'm going to close out my try with No Fool Dicky, and then like the 6 and 7 for 4th and 5th. Lola Kays and Elm Grove Victory. Rocky, your choices.
Exact same as Mr. Cameron's. 1-3-2-8-6. And Kurt likes 3-1-2-6-7. PI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots for $10,960. Super High 5 time. Good luck with your selections.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 7 tonight. In the 7th race, we have a late scratch. Number 1, Woodmere Swifty will not go. Race 7, scratch number 1, Woodmere Swifty. If you advance wagered you will get a refund at any Par Mutual wicket.
And in this race, there's an equipment change on number 2, No Fool Dicky, Ed's knee boots.
Okay, 3 to 5 right now on the 1, Redland Chia. Redland Chia is a half sister to Redland Miss Pretty. We all know how good she is off the wings. With the rail control here for Langell and Williams, have to think Redland Chia is going to be forwardly placed, just like she was in that overnight in Summerside. Redland Chia, $16,000 yearling purchase. Going to be tough off the rail. 6 to 1 on the 2, No Fool Dicky. I like this one as well. This one's out of Woodmere. No Fool. No Fool McKinley. No Fool Tobago. Some siblings by Tobago K's. This one by Somewhere Fancy. Great starting spot for that one too. I like that one in there for third. No Fool Dicky again. 6 to 1 on the board. My top choice. Big Heart and Soul. Again, 6 to 5 on the board. Long odds on the outside. 5 horses. 28 to 1 on the 4. The 5 right now at 44 to 1. The 6 at 38 to 1. 26 to 1 on the 7. And Wicked Vicky out there in post 8 at 17 to 1. We're getting close here in race 5.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's 5th race. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots division for $10,960. There's 8 fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Redland Chia, No Fool Dicky, Big Heart and Soul, Living a Little Fancy, Elm Grove Vine Babes, Lola K's, Elm Grove Victory, and Wicked Vicky on the outside. 5th race, top of the stretch. Two-year-old filly pacers ready for a start. Off and pacing, Living a Little Fancy leaves out. In between horses, No Fool Dicky, and up the rail, Redland Chia stacking them up 3 wide early. Big Heart and Soul will round the turn 4th. Now in 5th is Elm Grove Vine Babes. Then on the outside for 6th, that is Elm Grove Victory. Lola K's goes 7th, and trailing the field, that is Wicked Vicky. Along the backstretch and going to the quarter, and here comes early movement now. The co-favorite favorite. Up and on the move on the outside. Redland Chia is going to take over the lead for Fall Angel. Racing from second is No Fool Dickey, 30 and 3 the quarter. Fourth is Living a Little Fancy. That's Big Heart and Soul racing along the inside fourth. Up into fifth is Elm Grove Vine Babes. Then sixth as they move off the turn. That's Elm Grove Victory. Lola Cage in seventh and Wicked Vicky is eighth. They arrive at the half mile next. And the leader now, Redland Chia. No Fool Dickey on her back. Gapping out in third. Living a Little Fancy moving out in fourth. Big Heart and Soul, the half mile in 101 and 1 and off stride in the backfield went Lola Cage as they swing to three quarters next. They're led by Redland Chia. Second is No Fool Dickey. On the move, third. Here comes Big Heart and Soul. Up into fourth. That's Wicked Vicky. Back to fifth is Living a Little Fancy. On the outside for sixth, Elm Grove Victory. Then in seventh by three quarters, Elm Grove Vine Babes. In the backfield, Lola Cage, 1:30 and 4 the three-quarter time. And they're homeward bound now. Redland Chia at the rail. Big Heart and Soul on the outside is taken over here in the deep stretch. Coming to the wire. Big Heart and Soul for Gilberto in the PEI Colt Stakes. Redland Chia was second. No Fool Dickey will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:59.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Big Heart and Soul drives by with authority. Kurt, ice cold for you there.
Yeah, she was bought to be a dandy, and Barrio, very confident steer here, getting away mid-pack there before making his move late in the mile off a half in 101 and 1. Pretty good back half in this one, 58 and 1 back half, and Barrio sitting chilly down the stretch here as he goes right on by. Closing quarter, 28 and 3. Another one that stamps him, Big Jim. And this one just looks like Big Jim. Nice, big, good-looking mare. So Big Heart and Soul and Barrio get it done here in a PEI Colt 6 2-year-old filly grassroots division. We'll see them back in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Last call, 50-50. Right now, currently $450 to the winner. Julia's up here right now in the oval. Last call, 50-50.
Big Heart and Soul on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the fifth race. She's a pacing brown filly, 2 years. The daughter of Big Jim is off the Camel Luck Dam. Mystic Eyes, owned by Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. Gilberto training and driving the mile of 1:59 and 2. That's a maiden record. Big Heart and Soul in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Checky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the 5th race. Redland Trio was 2nd. No Fool Dickey 3rd. Big Heart and Soul was the race winner. Living a Little Fancy finished 7th and had broken equipment. Elm Grove Vine Babes was 6th. Lola Kays finished 8th. Elm Grove Victory was 5th. Wicked Vicky 4th. 30 and 3, 101 and 1, 130 and 4, and the mile 159 and 2. From the top, your program reads 231 768 54. Big Heart and Soul paid $3.50. The Exactor $5.40. Triactor $10. Super High Five $15.88.
The Governor's Plate race is brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on the Action Corner, where customer service is their #1 priority, proudly serving customers since 1947. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. I'm going to go with a 4-3-1. Kurt, you're going with a 1-4-2.
Yeah, I'm going 1-4-2. I like Silver Jake, Mark Campbell. Back in the seat. Mark got along really well with him. He just nosed out at the finish there, beat a 3/4 of a length. Good race time though, 58 and 2. So I think with rail control they can get it done. So I'm 1-4-2. You're looking 4-3-1. Post time picks 1, 2, 3. Classifier's choice 1-4-2. And as you can see, the horses are moving. They're making their way out onto the track. Post parade is next.
The line to be announced in this race on number 3, Singer's Choice, is from Sunday, July the 12th. Here, left on the rail, was a winner by a neck in 158 and 2, closing quarter 29 and 4. Jacob Sweet was in the bike.
Sixth race on parade, number 1, Silver Jake. Owned and trained by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Woodmere Heather M2 is owned by Alana Peterson from Orangedale, Nova Scotia. Trained by Luke Burke, Keith Legg drives. Singer's Choice number 3 is owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. JJ Nicky number 4 owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff does the training. Tonight, Jill Barrio. Zendaya's Quacker Jack number 5 owned by Hal Smith of Fondland, Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 6. Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
And in this race, there's an equipment change on number 5, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. From blind to open bridle, adds cheek rolls. Heading out to the track for tonight's 6th race, field of 5. No show wagering in here. Exactor, Triactor, 20-cent Superfecta win in place. Kurt's landing on the 1 in here. Silver Jake is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Cougar Hall for Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Devin Wallace also the trainer. It's Mark Campbell tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, I think you close your eyes and just point to a horse. I don't think you can go wrong with any choice in here. I just went with Silver Jake based on Mark Campbell getting up behind this guy again. Last time he was behind him, they had post 4, got to the front, and almost went gate to wire on top. They had a big opening quarter, 28-3, 57-4.5, and just got collared late by Big Bad Bruiser. And if you take a look at the next 3 starts, they were all on outside of the gate, post 6, post 8, and post 7. And so moving back inside here to the rail, good early speed. I think Campbell will send this guy right down the road. And if you can rate him well, I think you could go the distance to pick up his 10th career victory. So Silver Jake and Campbell, 4-5.
Here we see the 4, JJ Nicky, a 4-year-old bay mare by Hilarious Halo for Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff Lilly trains, and Jill Barrio gets the call to drive tonight, Kurt.
She raced really good last time out, rallied to finish 2nd, had post 4 on that day, got away 5th, kicked home in 29 flat for a mile of 158 flat, shows 3 nice trips in 58 and change over the last few weeks, and even shows a trip in 57-1. 5 starts back. So JJ Nicky picks up the Maritime Magic Man Gilles Barrio, and he's fresh off a win in the last race. So JJ Nicky does have an excellent shot in here at 6-5.
And there we get a peek at the 2, Woodmere Heather M, 6-year-old brown mare by Malicious for Alana Peterson of Orangedale, Nova Scotia. Luke Burke is the trainer. It's Keith Legg in the bike tonight, Kurt.
Picked up checks in 4 consecutive starts. Had post 7, 2 starts in a row. Moved into post 4. Had a good 4th, 2 minutes 1/5. Had a good 2nd there, 3 back, rallying from off the pace at post 7 on that day. That was just beat a length and 3/4 at the finish, 58-2. And if you look to see who was in the seat on that day, it was that guy right there, Keith Legg. And he's back in the seat here tonight. And Rocky, he's been quite successful over here in Summerside. He put on quite a show. We watch him every week over in Truro.
Yes, we do.
And he has a great set of hands. I always say that to anyone who will listen to me when they ask about the driving colony over there and drivers and who I like the most. And I like this guy right here. He just handles a horse really well. Sits in the bike nice.
Yep.
And he can get a lot out of a horse. And so he got a lot out of Woodmere Heather M the last time he sat behind her. So we'll put her in there for a piece of this ticket, 2-1.
And he's going to the National Driving Championship in July 26th in Clinton Raceway, him and Mark Campbell. So good luck to them.
Yep, exactly.
Tonight's sixth race has a field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Silver Jake, Woodmere Heather M, Singer's Choice, JJ Nicky, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off and pacing Silver Jake up the rail to his outside. That is Singer's Choice. Woodmere Heather M. Third one to the turn. JJ Nicky away fourth. And Zendaya's Cracker Jack on the outside fifth. They go by the 8th pole. Singer's Choice on the outside. About to clear the lead. In line to Jacob Sweet. Now that's Silver Jake second. And Campbell says give and go time here in the front end. Here comes Silver Jake to retake the lead on by the quarter. Singer's Choice now second, racing from third. Woodmere Heather M. That's JJ Nicky, and she's moving out fourth. Trailing, that's Zendaya's Cracker Jack, 29-3 the opening quarter. Silver Jake up front, the leader now for Mark Campbell. Second is Singer's Choice on the outside. And coming up for third is JJ Nicky. Fourth and moving to the outside is Woodmere Heather M. Trailing the field, that is Zendaya's Cracker Jack at the midway point here in the sixth. Silver Jake at the rail. JJ Nicky on the outside. 1 minute and 2 was a half. Right down the pocket. Third, Singer's Choice. Woodmere Heather M is there on the outside. Fourth, off stride. At the back, that is Zendaya's Cracker Jack. The 3/4 coming next. Silver Jake the leader. JJ Nicky the challenger. Third is Singer's Choice. Woodmere Heather M is there and in striking distance. Fourth, and the trailer, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. The 3/4 completed in 1:30 and 2. Silver Jake will lead them with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Singer's Choice now second. JJ Nicky third. Fourth is Woodmere Heather M, and they're in the home stretch now. Silver Jake looking to see it through. Singer's Choice second. It is Silver Jake in line to Mark Campbell. Singer's Choice was second. JJ Nicky will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:59:3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. It was give and go time early, Kurt, but Silver Jake goes right down the road.
Yeah, Jacob Sweet with the heads-up steer here, getting himself a nice 2-hole ride behind my top choice, Silver Jake and Campbell. They pushed out from the rail, but they let the 3 go back around 29-3, half in a minute, 2/5, 1:30 and 2 to the 3/4 pull. J.J. Nicky first over bid. Not enough here tonight. A Silver Jake, well rated on the front end here tonight for Campbell. 159-3, closing quarter, 29-1. We'll see Silver Jake as he picks up his 10th career victory. Back in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Silver Jake on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the 6th race. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 8 by Cougar Hall from the Estrellas Dam, paid in silver. Owned and trained by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield, bred by the late Frank Banks of Summerside. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat to guide the horse to his 10th lifetime victory, the mile 159-3. Silver Jake in the 6th. Now the official results in the 6th, Silver Jake the winner, Woodmere Heather M 4th, Singer's Choice was 2nd, J.J. Nicky 3rd, Zendaya's Cracker Jack was 5th, 29-3, 1 minute 2, 1:30-2, and the mile at 159-3. In review, it's 142-35. Silver Jake paid $4.10. The exactor $11, the triactor $68, and the superfecta $5.52.
In the upcoming 7th race, late scratch number 1, Woodmere Swifty will not go. The early bird draw for the 50-50 tonight for the $40 gift certificate, I guess you can call it, from the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. The number is 316137 for that early bird 50-50 prize. 316137, co-sponsored by Stephen F. Arsenault Insurances. Good luck. Thank you to Stanhope Electric for their donation of the 150 Years of Racing in Summerside t-shirts worn by the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors. Stanhope Electric, reliable electrical solutions for your home and business. Call 902-940-4350 for a quote. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Note the scratch of the 1 Woodmere Swifty. I'm going 4-5-7. Kurt Hughes going 4-7-5. Post time picks at 4-1-6. Note the 1 is scratched. And classifier selections 4-7-1 in the 7th race. 6 minutes.
Grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes for the 7th. 1 Woodmere Swifty is scratched. Number 2 Redland Abbey, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown and Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes driving. Here for the party, number 3, owned by Clarissa Maher and Renison Racing and Ian McDonald of Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Keith Legg drives. I'll Impress You, number 4, owned by Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Kenny Murphy up. 5 is Moolah, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell aboard. Matt Galway, number 6, owned by Stephen McDonald of Stanhope and Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, out of Murder Trains and Drives. Elm Grove Veda, number 7, owned by Joe Baxter, Brian Ramsey, Hayden Rice, and Bobby Gordon. Trained by Joe Baxter, driven by Corey McPherson. At 4 minutes to post time, back down to Rocky and Kurt with a look at the field for Governor's Plate 58, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
And there is a look at Governor's Plate 58. Kurt, I'll do the first 4. We got Get Wings on the rail. Mickey Shan from post 2. B2B is post 3. Ammo from post 4.
Yeah, JMR Speak Away from post 5. Doc Awesome from post 6. The Tulsa King post 7. And the track record holder Arbitrage Hanover had that big trip. And his latest in that elimination, he is on the outside looking in, Rocky. He is post 8. In Governor's Plate 58.
It's too bad that he had that draw. It's too bad that he had to draw 8, that horse. You know, if the other horses drew a little better. 4, Ammo, he's in probably one of the best positions on the racetrack. Mickey Shan drew really good. Get Wings on the rail. Paul Lanza's going to drive him. Looked at the list today, so it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, I like Get Wings. I think Get Wings on the rail. I think he can roll right down the highway. Mickey Shan right beside him. We'll have something to say about it as well, but I do like Get Wings on the rail. I just think he's been so good and so disrespected by me. There were a few starts in Charlottetown where I didn't pick him to win, and he just put in a Herculean effort in a few of those starts, and so I'm not going to overlook him anymore with the pole position. He will be tough to beat on the rail, but he's got a good one right next door. And Mickey Shan, the defending champion, he'll have something to say about it. And Ammo, he had an eventful day the other day, and
yes.
he raced really good on the front end. But he is a good starting spot as well, leaving right behind the car, so you can't count him out either. And the track record holder, if Kenny's able to get some live flow there with the 8. Arbitrage Hanover, you never know. He could come from off the pace.
If he's close to the head of the stretch, look
if
out.
they go big half.
Yep.
They go big half.
Yep.
He could pick them up.
And
just
I think
like
they will.
Yeah.
Because the levers are all inside.
Yep.
Yep. Let's go out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Scratch the 1 Woodmere Swifty, PEI Coal Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division for $10,960. There is a look at the 4 I'll Impress You, a 2-year-old brown filly by Malicious for Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Saul Lanigan trains. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike. Nice qualifier, Kurt.
Yeah, real nice qualifier. Closed in 28-2. Got the job done there by many. By 20 and a half lengths, 2 minutes 4/5. This one a sibling to Almac de Money. We see that one racing in Charlottetown for Barrio, and so I'll Impress You, 2-year-old daughter by Malicious. Could get it done here at first asking, 1-9.
And there's a look at the 7 Elm Grove Veda, 2-year-old gray filly by Fine Diamond for Joe Baxter, Brian Ramsey, Hayden Rice, and Bobby Gordon. Joe Baxter trains. Corey McPherson in the bike, Kurt.
Yeah, that is the 7 Elm Grove Veda. Going to drive for trainer Joe Baxter. Corey McPherson, as you said, in the seat. Coming in off that good third in Atlantic Sire Stake B Division in Churro, 202 and 4 out of the Shanghai Phil Dam Marina Desby. Up Joey's Credit was the first one out of that dam, 16-time winner, a mark of 50-3. And so we'll see how Elm Grove Veda.
Real pretty little filly.
Yeah, $12,000 yearling purchase. I think that's the one I seen the baby race day up here that day. You were doing the qualifiers for the baby race. This a real good-looking gray one. Kenny Murphy was driving on that day. I thought she closed really strong in her baby race there, 29-4. And so Elm Grove Veda, I'm going to use her for a piece of this ticket at 5-1.
And there's the 5 Moolah, 2-year-old bay filly by Blood Money for Brady Doyle of Stratford. Landon Campbell trains. It's Mark Campbell in the bike.
Yeah, that was breakfast with the babies you did that time. Yeah, she was training. She looked good there for Murphy that time. I remember on video I was tuning in that day, and she looked really good. But yeah, Moolah could close it out. That's what I like. The one is scratch. I like that Woodmere Swifty for a piece of it, but that one is scratch. So I'll throw in Mark Campbell training for Landon Campbell, the trainer on this one. 2-year-old daughter by Blood Money. Moolah and Brady Doyle. He holds the ownership papers on this filly who qualified in 203-1, closed it out in 30-1. So I think she could round out this triactor at 11-1. Scratch down to a field of 6 in here. 6 fillies for the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly grassroots division, purse $10,960. They're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Redland Abbey here for the party. I'll Impress You, Moolah, Almac Galway, Elm Grove Veda are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing here for the party with the first call. Second, I'll Impress You. In at the rail, third to the turn, Redland Abbey. Getting away fourth is Elm Grove Veda. Off stride on the outside. I'll Impress You jumped it off as a 1-9 chalk. To the backstretch they go here for the party, and Keith Langer out in front. Second is Redland Abbey. Now in third, Elm Grove Veda. Fourth, that's Moolah, back down pacing on the outside. Fifth, I'll Impress You. And trailing the field, that is Almac Galway. They go by the quarter. I'll Impress You, picking them off of that break there in the early going. 30 and 2 the quarter. I'll Impress You on the outside, now the leader. Here for the party along the rail, second, then in third. That is Redland Abbey. Elm Grove Beta coming out of the turn in fourth. Moolah has fifth. And then the trailer, Hamac Galway. Halfway home, Island Fresh Shoe had an early break and recovered to take over the lead. In line to Kenny Murphy, 60 seconds flat was the half. Here for the party is second, Redland Abbey third. Elm Grove Beta fourth. Moolah on the outside fifth. In the backfield, Hamac Galway, the trailer, they're going to three quarters, and they're coming three wide out of the back. On the front end, I'll Impress You, the leader. Here for the party is second, three high, Moolah coming on third. Out between horses comes Here for the party. Three quarters in, 130, and three. Here for the party, now on the outside, the leader. I'll Impress You at the rail second. Moolah races third, and they're homeward bound. And Here for the party takes over late for leg. Moolah on the outside, I'll Impress You. Here for the party in the PEI Colt Stakes wins for Keith Legg. Holding second, I'll Impress You. Moolah will finish third. The mile in 1:59 and 4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division. Here for the party, Kurt.
Here for the party, and Keith Legg. We just talked about this guy and how he sits in the bike and how he handles a horse, and he does a great job, and he got the job done here aboard the George Renison trainee, 2-year-old daughter by Sunshine Beach. Out of the big Jim Dam, See the Lights and Go. I think Walter Walker had one out of that dam by Shadow Play. I remember her racing against my filly last year. Can't think of her name right now, but she was a real nice 2-year-old, and this looks like a real nice 2-year-old. We danced anyway, that's right, yeah. And Here for the party looks like a good freshman filly as well. She gets it done here in her first stake event, and she did it in good fashion. 130 and 3 3/4, kicks home in 29 and 1 for a nice maiden mark of 159 and 4. Here for the party and Legg. They get it done here in the 7th. And we'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Here for the party on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the 7th. Big pacing filly 2 by Sunshine Beach. Off the Big Jim mare, See the Lights and Go. Owned by Clarissa Maher, Renison Racing, and Ian MacDonald of Nova Scotia. Bred by Walter Walker of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Keith Legg along for the ride. To a maiden record she goes in 1:59 and 4. Here for the party in the PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside.
I just got a text, Mr. Cameron, saying that is Keith Legg's first stake win. So congratulations.
Now the official results from the 7th race, Woodmere Swifty was scratched, Redland Abbey 5th. Here for the party, the race winner, I'll Impress You was 2nd, Moolah finished 3rd, Hamac Galway finished 6th, Elm Grove Veda 4th. They went 30 and 2, 1 minute, 1:30 and 3, and the mile in 1:59 and 4. In review, it's scratch 5-1, 2-3, 6-4. Here for the party at 28.50 to win. The exactor 112.60. The triactor at 117.10. And the superfecta 33.51.
Staff of Summerside Chrysler Dodge would like to welcome you to the 58th running of the Governor's Plate. They would also like to invite you to check out the 2026 lineup of award-winning vehicles in the infield. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the gold division for $21,920. I'm going to go with a 5-2-1 in here. Kurt's going 5-2-4. Post time picks also 5-2-4. And the classifier selections 5-4-2 in the 8th race in 7 minutes.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes on 8th race parade. Number 1 is Starship Daisy, owned by Francis Poirier from Harvey L. Maison, trained by Earl Watts, Corey McPherson. Tobin Swifty, number 2, owned by Donald McRae and Jean-Marc McKenzie, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Redland Equinox, number 3, owned by James Perot of Stratford, Kenny Arsenault, trains and drives. Woodmere Twigs is 4, owned by Running on Empty of Stanhope, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Showtime Speed is the 5, owned by Windermere Farms of Springville. Matt and David Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Dancing Lady Lou 6, owned by Little Pond Stables and Jonathan McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. A Kiss for Lucy is 7. Omadick Way Farm, St. David's, Newfoundland. Paul Langell trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're coming back with our selections here in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm headed to the 5. Showtime Speed in here was impressive in her debut over at Truro. A going away winner in 57-3, much like my second selection, Woodmere Twigs, who was also a winner on that day over at Truro, and you're getting a lot of value on that filly right now at 2020. I went to the rail Starship Daisy for the Triactor players, and if you're in on the Super, I went to the outside and A Kiss for Lucy. 5-4-1-7, guys from the booth. Your choices.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like the 5 as well. The boys, Windermere Firms, Matt and David Burke, they parlayed their money from Windermere Sky right into this one. And this is a really nice filly. This is a $46,000 yearling purchase owned by Windermere Firms of Springvale. Matt and David Burke of Stratford. Mark Campbell in the seat. Earl Watts training. 57-3, that big A stake victory in Truro. First over Brush and Crush, 28-2 closer. So she will definitely be tough to beat. I'm with you, Vance. I like Showtime Speed and Campbell to get it done here in the 8th. I like the 2, Tobin Swifty and Hughes out of the Ashley Gamester stable. 2-year-old daughter by Somewhere Fancy out of the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, and a good one, Putnam McKenzie. We all know these connections. Campaign Tobin's Chester. Incredible 2- and 3-year-old colt by Shanghai Phil. He was out of the dam. Putnam McKenzie. Also Tobin's Brownie out of that dam. And so Tobin Swifty and Hughes, I do like them off that 4th place finish at 58-4. I like them for the deuce. We're going to close it out with Woodmere Twigs, another very well-bred filly at a very ideal Hanover. Woodmere Steel Deal in that family, along with Woodmere Ideal Art. It's a Woodmere Twigs off that big win from off the pace. Tough outside, post Rocky, post 7 in that first start in Truro and Atlantic Star Stake A division. Get up for the victory in 58-4, so I like her as well to close out my try.
I went with the 5 as well, the 2 for second. I put the 1 in there for third out of the Earl Watts stable. Post 7 and Truro in the B stake, a winner in 201 and 2, 28-4 closing quarter, and I rounded it with the 4. So I go 5-2-1-4 here in the 8th. Good luck with your selections.
Okay, run out of time to get a ticket here on race API Colt 6 2-year-old fillies gold division. Purse $21,920. Starship Daisy on the rail for Corey McPherson, 8-1. Tobin Swifty, I do like this filly for part of this ticket. Jason Hughes in the seat for trainer Ashley Gamester. 44-1 on the 3 Redland Equinox. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for James Perot. Woodmere Twigs from post 4 with Adam Murner at 7-2. 1-4 on Showtime Speed off that big win in Truro. 9-1 on the 6 Dancing Lady Lou. and A Kiss for Lucy on the outside at 33-1. PEI Gold Stakes 2-year-old fillies, gold division purse, $21,920. A lot of well-bred fillies going up behind the gate. We got from post 3, just saying off Mike, we got a filly, half-sister to One Wicked Man as well. So a lot of talent lining up behind this Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Starship Daisy, Tobin Swifty, Redland Equinox. Woodmere Twig, Showtime Speed. Dancing Lady Lou, A Kiss for Lucy, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Off and pacing, Tobin Swifty will get the first call between horses Woodmere Twigs, and to their outside, Showtime Speed is coming now as they move round the turn. Showtime Speed is on the run as they go to the opening eighth now. The leader, Tobin Swifty and the Blue Knight Hughes. Second at the rail, Starship Daisy. Now finding a friend to drop in here in third. That is Woodmere Twigs. The friend was Redland Equinox. He's fourth. Check that, she's fourth. Then racing fifth is Dancing Lady Lou. That's A Kiss for Lucy in sixth. And at the back is Showtime Speed, 30 and 2 was the quarter. So having her own way on the front end, Tobin Swifty by almost 2 on Starship Daisy. Woodmere Twigs at the rail third. Redland Equinox goes fourth. Slipping to the outside fifth is Dancing Lady Lou. That's A Kiss for Lucy in sixth. And at the back, Showtime Speed, the trailer. They were halfway home with Tobin Swifty, the leader, in 59 and 4. Racing from second is Starship Daisy on the turn. Woodmere Twigs third. Fourth at the rail is Redland Equinox on the outside fifth. Dancing Lady Lou. A Kiss for Lucy sixth. And Showtime Speed, the trailer. They arrive at three quarters next. Tobin Swifty is going to get them there. In at the rail, Starship Daisy tracking second. Woodmere Twigs will round the turn third. 1:28 and 2. They arrived at three quarters with an eighth left to go. Tobin Swifty looking to take them all the way for the Blue Knight Hughes. On the outside, that is Starship Daisy. Now second. Battle on third. But it is Tobin Swifty all the way for the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. Second, that'll go to Starship Daisy. Redland Equinox rallied up third. 1:56 and 30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's eighth race. And Kurt, Tobin Swifty, what a trip right down the road tonight. Second lifetime start. Wow.
Yeah, I've been watching this filly. She looked good in the qualifier there for Jason as well. He just kind of chirped to her there in the final quarter of that qualifier. She was an easy winner. She had a tough spot last time out in that A stake in Churro. Hit post 6, got away 8 by 11, so kind of took her right out of the race. Tonight, post 2, Hughes put her right on the front end. Opening quarter of 30 and 2 was Showtime Speed taken out of the race into that first turn. it was game over. I just like the gait of this filly. I never really noticed her gait, the way she throws those front feet out, but she's got a really flawless gait. I really like the way she goes, and it looks like just another one out of that Putnam McKenzie. Wow, just continues to throw them. Tobin's Swifty, 28-1 closer for a mile of 156-3. What a maiden breaking score for this one in her second lifetime start. She gets done in the PEI Cold State Gold Division at 6-1, and we'll see her back in that Woodmere Farms winner circle.
Tobin Swifty arriving at the Woodmere Standard Bred's Winners Circle from the 8th race. A pacing filly, 2 by Somewhere Fancy from the Grin Premier de Eardam Putnam McKenzie, owned by Donald McCrae and Jean-Marc McKenzie, bred by Wendell Williams, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes will guide her to victory. Header on top at every call, 156-3. Tobin Swifty in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Now the official results in the 8th race. Starship Daisy was second. Tobin Swifty, the race winner. Redland Equinox, third. Woodmere Twigs, fourth. Showtime Speed finished seventh. Dancing Lady Lou was fifth. A Kiss for Lucy finished sixth. 30-2, 59-4, 128-2, and the mile 156-3. From the top, your program reads 213-4756. Tobin Swifty paid $14 to win. The exactor $122.30. The triactor $861.30. And the superfecta $350.13.
Time to get your 50-50 draw tickets out, valued at $710. The winning number is 326325 for $710. The winning number in tonight's 50-50 draw, 326325. Good luck. Redshores is excited to present Race Announcers Reunion Night this Friday, July 17th. During Governor's Plate Week, Greg Blanchard, Shannon Sugar Doyle, Kevin Boomer Gallant, Alan McDonald, Joey Mills, and yours truly will join Vance Cameron in the announcer's booth to call a race during the program. Join us for a night of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls as we celebrate Race Announcers Reunion Night here in Summerside this Friday night. And as the horses and drivers are leaving the paddock for the upcoming 9th race, field of 6. I'm going 3-6-1. Kurt's going 3-4-6.
Yep, post time picks going 6-3-4. Classifiers choices for the 9th, 3, 6, and 4. Post parade is next.
Jewel's Dragon leading the 9th race post parade. Owned by Landon Campbell of Orwell and Sage McDonald of Stratford, Landon does the training and driving. Nolan's Magic's Way, number 2, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie, Paul Langell training and driving. Section Line Flame 3, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated, Nicholas Fleming, Basil Sherry, and Ian McDonald of Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson drives. Elm Grove Talia number 4, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Luke Burke. Luke does the training, driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Glenview Ronda, owned by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Adam is the trainer, driven by Keith Legg. CC Rockin' Rosie wears number 6, owned by Stephen McDonald of Stanhope and Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, for trainer-driver Adam Murner. 3 minutes to post time. Just 3. Rocky and Kurt are back with the top selection, but first, here's a message from Tourism PEI.
Something happens when you're released from routine. You're free to let go, to dig in, to let yourself get carried away. You find that feeling you've been missing here on our island, maybe even a little above it. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Start of the late daily double, Exactor, 20 cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Kurt's landing on the 3, as am I. Section Line Flame, a 4-year-old bay mare by Catch the Fire for Renison Racing, Nicholas Fleming, Basil Sherry, and Ian McDonald. George Renison trains. It's Corey McPherson in the bike. Kurt?
Yeah, Renison already a winner on the card. Has a great shot at getting another one here. 3 in a row for this one. Section Line Flame, 57-1, first start in Summerside there, the first win. And then in Charlottetown, the last 2 have been terrific, 54-3, winning by 8 lengths, and the last time out by 3 and 53-4. Continues to move up the class ladder with ease. And looking over the lines in this race, she throws another one at them in 53-4. She's a winner again in my book. And so Section Line Flame, good price right now at 7-2.
Got some winners in tonight's 50-50 draw. Jody, Brenda, and Amanda Williams from McNeil's Mills. Congratulations. Back out to the track for tonight's 9th race. There's a look at the 4, Elm Grove Talia, 4-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Kingsley Wallace, Frank Balcom, and Luke Burke. Luke Burke trains. It's Kenny Murphy in the bike.
Yeah, she's been rock solid in her last two. Closed to finish third, 54-3, 2 starts back. Third Section Line Flame and Elm Grove Mistress. And then on the front end, in her latest in 56 flat, she was a winner, 28-4 closer. And so she's in against Section Line Flame again tonight, but I'm going to put her in the runner-up spot, 5-1 currently.
And there's a look at the 6, CC Rockin' Rosie, 4-year-old bay mare by Rockin' Image for Stephen McDonald of Stanhope and Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, Adam Myrna, the trainer, and the driver. Nice start, the last start, Kurt.
Yeah, not sure if you're tuning in, Rock, to Charlottetown on that day, but that was a terrific mile. Got away 5th early, and when Myrna moved her late in the mile, she absolutely gobbled up Racetrack. Closed in 27-3 for a mile of 156 flat. And has that nice qualifier as well in 56-2 right on the front end. So CC Rockin' Rosie could score from off the pace again here tonight because he did not use her until the final quarter. And so there could be a lot left in that tank. Currently 3-5, the favorite on the board currently.
Tonight's 9th race has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Jules Dragon, Nolan's Magic Way, Section Line Flame, Elm Grove Talia. Glenview Rhonda and CC Rockin' Rosie are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing out for the lead. That is Section Line Flame at the rail. Nolan's Magic Sway to their outside. That is Elm Grove Talia racing around the turn. They're 3 wide in between horses. Glenview Rhonda 4th. 5th is Jules Dragon and CC Rockin' Rosie the trailer. Section Line Flame on that 3-race win streak. And McPherson sets up again tonight here in Summers. Second is Elm Grove Talia. 3rd at the rail, Nolan's Magic Way. 27-4. Open this one up. The serious leader, Section Line Flame. Second is Elm Grove Talia, all alone in 3rd. That is Nolan's Magic Way. Glenview Rhonda has 4th. Now in 5th is Jules Dragon and the trailer. That is the heavy favorite, CC Rockin' Rosie. She's got a lot of work to do in here. They were halfway home. 55-3. Boom! Just like that, are they ever sitting up in here? leader. Section line Flame by 2. Elm Grove Talia trying to stick right with her. All alone third, Nolan's Magic's Way. Fourth is Glenview Rhonda. On the move, fifth, CC. Rockin' Rosie has a lot of work to do and running out of time to do it. The trailer, Jules Dragon, 124 and 1 down at 3/4 now, and they're homeward bound. Section line Flame the leader. Elm Grove Talia second. Battle on for third. Deep stretch now. Section line Flame does get her fourth in a row. Elm Grove Talia second. Glenview Rhonda will finish third. Time for the mile, 1:53 and 4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Section line Flame and Corey McPherson right down the road to double up trainer George Renison. 27 and 4, 55 and 3, 124 and 1, 153 and 4. Kurt.
Yeah, race super here tonight. Corey put her right on the front end, where she should be off those 3 victories, and especially that last one on the front end, 53 and 4 in Charlottetown. Well, she just matched that tonight here in Summerside, just 3/5 of a second off the track record that's held by Woodmere Sky Roller. Share the Moment and Get Answers, all at 53 and 1. She was very close to that here tonight. Section line Flame and McPherson gives Renison another win here tonight. We'll see them back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Section line Flame is on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the 9th race. Bay pacing mare. She's 4 by Catch the Fire. Off the Major and Art Dam, Section line Aqua, owned by Renison Racing, Nicholas Fleming, Basil Sherry, and Ian McDonald of Nova Scotia. Bred by Harold Bowder of Delaware, Ohio. Trainer George Renison has the training double. Corey McPherson put her on top at every call, right to her record, 153 and 4. Section line Flame gave her 4 in a row. Now the official results from the 9th race: Jules Dragon 5th, Nolan's Magic Sway 6th, Section Line Flame the race winner. Amgro Chalio was 2nd, Glenview Rhonda 3rd, CC Rockin' Rosie was 4th, 27 and 4, 55 and 3, 120, 4 and 1, and the mile 150, 3 and 4. In review, it's 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Section Line Flame at 910 to win. Exactor 3240, Triactor 240.10, and the Superfecta 7509.
Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And Kurt will slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. It's the finale.
Yeah, going to go with a 5-1-7 here. We're matching strides, Rocky. Post time picks 5-1-4. Classifier's choice 5-1-2, and thanks for letting me know about Lady Cafe LA. We had her named to the track record holder as well, 53-1 the other day.
Yeah, I thought once you said them, I was like, I think that they equaled that the other day again, so then I found it.
We were out in the hayfield. Yeah. I was directing my kids picking up hay bales, so I didn't, I watched the race, but then I didn't hear how fast they went. But thanks for bringing that to my attention. Yeah. She's been so good, since coming to the island.
She is unbelievable.
Yeah. So looking forward to seeing her perform in her next start. I'm sure she'll be tough to beat, but we're putting the 5, Impeccable Shadow. It's unanimous across the board. 5-1 in the exactor. Post braid is next.
And there's the equipment change on the one. Chromed up in the finale. Goes from removes a Swedish blind and adds blinkers.
On the 10th race post parade, number 1, Chromed Up, owned by Mark Glenn and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson driving. Miss Believing 2 is owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter, Ryan DeRoche. Stone Beach Lily, number 3, owned by Colin and Morgan, Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan does the training and Colin will drive. Abiding Art, number 4, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by George Renison, Mark Campbell. Impeccable Shadow 5, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie, for trainer-driver Paul Angel. Starship Zodiac 6, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Summerside. Robbie does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. Number 7D, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester. That's Jason Hughes in the sulky. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow night, featuring the 2-year-old Facing Colts in the PEI Colt Stakes. Opening post time, 6 p.m.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets in the finale. Look at you and I matching. Ooh, 51742.
Yeah, see, it only took us 10 races to start agreeing with each other up here. Yeah, so we're both going with 51742. Vance, very close, so 51472 in the upcoming 10th race finale. Super High 5 time here in Summerside.
Let's head out to the track for the finale here at Red Shores in Summerside on a Wednesday night. There is a look at the 5, Impeccable Shadow, 6-year-old Black Yelling by Shadow Play for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Nice start in his last start, Kurt.
Yeah, he dropped down to that 951 level, and take a look at the fractions he put up. 28 and 3, 56 and 1. 125 and 1, no brake pedal for Langell in that outing, and he ended up getting collared by No Mo Fear and Spack Jarrow late in the mile. Third by half length, 54 and 2, still a real good mile. 29 and 1 closer. 28 flat, he closed 2 starts back, 54 and 1, and he closed in 27 and 1, 3 starts back. So I'm looking for him to get to the front here tonight, and maybe a little better rating from Langell, and I think that will put him right in the winner's circle, 2-5.
There's the rail sitter, chromed up. A 4-year-old Big Yelling by Tobago Cays from Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault. Chris McKay, the trainer. It's Corey McPherson on the bike looking to go back to back.
Yeah, chromed up, not overly big in the wing column. He only has 4 lifetime wins, but he does have 11 seconds, and he has good gate speed and rail advantage here tonight. And you can see right on his lines when he had the rail 2 starts back, he's had a good pocket ride and finished 3rd place, second, and 55 and 2. Closing quarter, 28 and 3. So look for him to take the pocket ride again tonight. So include him in your exactor plays at 3-1.
And there we see the 7D, a 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight. This one is a half-sister to your filly, Kurt.
Yeah, open draw here for the horses and the mares. I think that's a tough spot for her, though, out in post 7. Would have liked to see her draw inside going up against these horses, but she's out there on the outside of the gate for Hughes. Coming in off a good 3rd and 56 and 4 in her latest. Shows a nice trip, 55 and 1. The start before that closed in 28 and 1, so I'll look for her to, she's going to have to try and attack from off the pace here tonight. But D does have the talent to land on this ticket at 38 to 1.
10th race finale, field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Curtin, you and I are back at it tomorrow night with Vince. Up to you for the call.
Chromed Up, Misbelieving, Stone Beach, Lily, Abiding Art, Impeccable Shadows, Starship, Zodiac, D's on the outside to close it out. 10th race, top of the stretch. It's the Super High Five finale. Post time. Rough and pacing, going out is Chromed Up, Misbelieving alongside. Third one to the turn, Snow Beach Lily away fourth, Abiding Art. D fifth, Impeccable Shadow. There's a 1-9 shot who got away 6, and then the trailer, that is Starship Zodiac. The quarter pole bound and Chromed Up in unfamiliar territory this night. He's right on the engine, in line to Corey McPherson. Misbelieving is second, Stone Beach Lily third, Abiding Art fourth. 28 seconds flat opened it up. D on the turn is fifth, Impeccable Shadow sixth. Trailing the field, that is Starship Zodiac. Off the turn they come, en route to the opening half mile. Chromed Up the leader on Misbelieving. Third is Stone Beach Lily. Here comes Abiding Art on the move in the outside fourth. Moving up fifth, Impeccable Shadow. D is now sixth. Trailing the field, that is Starship Zodiac. 57 and 1 over to the half mile. Chromed Up the leader with 3/8 to go. Misbelieving getting the 2-hole ride. Third at the rail, that is Stone Beach Lily. Impeccable Shadow coming 3 wide fourth. Now in fifth, that is D. Backpedaling Abiding Art. And the trailer, that is Starship Zodiac. The 3/4, it's gone by, and they were there in 1:26 and 2. Chromed Up the leader. Misbelieving right alongside. Impeccable Shadow winding up for the stretch drive, and they're homeward bound now. Impeccable Shadow takes over late. Misbelieving. D coming on the outside. Impeccable Shadow in line to Paul Angel. D rallied up second. Third will go to Misbelieving. Time for the mile. They're home in 1:55 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's finale. Kurt, Paul Angel in the bike for the win. Impeccable Shadow's first win of the season.
Yeah, decided to take him back here tonight. I thought he may want to go to the front end and control things again this week, but he tries it from off the pace. He does close really strong when he's from off the pace, and he did tonight. 57 and 1 to the half, 126 and 2 to 3/4. Stopping the clock here tonight. Langell looks like he's sitting chilly down the lane there, not even asking him down the lane. 155 flat as he picks up his first win of the season. It's Langell's second win of the night. D closed really strong. Great drive by Jason there. Ground save and tripped. Angled her out in the final quarter, and she rallied really strong to grab the deuce. But Impeccable Shadow is going to close down Summerside here with a chalky win, 1-9 on the board. We'll see him back in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Impeccable Shadow going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle here in the 10th race. Facing Black Gelding 6 by Shadow Play off the Western Ideal Dam, Azure Bluestone. Owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. Paul Angel training and driving. Time of the mile in 1:55. Impeccable Shadow will double up Paul Angel in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 10th. Chromed Up was 5th. Misby leaving 3rd. Stone Beach Lily 4th. Abiding Art was 7th. Impeccable Shadow the race winner. Starship Zodiac was 6th. D finished 2nd. Fractions of 28. 57 and 1. 126 and 2. And the mile in 1:55. In review 534. 7162. Impeccable Shadow paid $210 to win. The exactor was $23.80. The triactor at $117.80. The late daily double that returned $10.20, and the super high five that has yet to be posted here in the 10th race. And that will wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle $94,631. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.